What's up, guys? We're gonna get started in just a second. I'm kind of just trying to mentally prep. What's up, guys? Welcome. My name's Alckemy. Welcome to the channel. We're going to be doing some sound design today. I've got everybody pulled up. We'll be doing some stuff. I just wrapped up a video that will be coming out tomorrow, which is a comprehensive guide to Neurobase 2025. And it's kind of just everything I know about, well, not everything I know, but it's a really good intro to how to build stuff from scratch. I've got several videos on a comprehensive guide to Neurobase. That's kind of actually how my channel became a thing, rather. That being said, I think that it would be nice to update everything and whatnot. And I've done it in such a way that doesn't overlap the things that I've taught in the master classes for the Arcana members, but it's still enough information to be like, ah, okay, I get it. And then the masterclass stuff is just like, oh, what am I doing right now is like modern tricks or something of the sort. Speaking of, we will be doing bass design today, as I would like to do one more patch for my Ecclesia pack. I think we have 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so I want to do one more of this just to have a nice, hey Will, have a nice palette of stuff. And then what I'll do is start working on the melodic side, and this pack will be smaller, but it's also going to be cheaper. So, you know, what can you say? Yeah, so let's open up with that. We need the Ecclesia template, and I'm just going to rock out some sound design stuff. And if anyone has any questions along the way or anything that you all want to chat about, I would love to know. I was out of town Friday and Saturday and Sunday. We went and visited Texas for Corey's family, and we're back and we're in full swing of things. So we'll be getting down and dirty on some sounds. Yay. What is this controlled by? Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure that that wasn't doing any funky stuff. Funky, funky. Funky, 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 funky. So let's make some waveforms. Not that harsh. And just kind of cut that off a little bit, make some cool stuff. And then we're gonna move this just a bit to try to make this as peaky as possible. Here we go. Grab this, create a different shape, keep out one harmonic, yoink that out, do one more. I don't know, make some kind of wave and see what that looks like. Let's go. And this should be all weird. Yeah, not too weird, but weird enough. Cool. Sounds good. I think, yeah, we'll just hop into the complicated stuff, I guess. So let's grab a filter table. We're going to kind of do the same thing here, where I'm going to create a custom table to kind of just take a look at what this is doing and try to develop something for that. Let's make that here. And then what I'd like to see is what this looks like. So if you're designing this from scratch, it can be super helpful to be like, oops, sorry, I'm just kind of, there we go. Yeah, that could be cool. Kind of do the same thing here, give ourselves a couple of notches or something. Make that move. And I've found it to be super helpful to look at what this is doing while I'm making this, because this will actually give me an actual representation of what this is supposed to be doing, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to slide this all the way through and be like, okay, start there. Yeah, that could work. We probably want to push this up a little bit more though. Maybe something like that, and then have just some weird resonances. Yeah, sure. Yo, what's good? Filter table is definitely going to be the next kilohertz plugin I'm buying. I think it's really cool. Would highly recommend it. Watching from the UK, dude, thanks for showing up. It's late over there. I know it is. I know it's late over there. So we'll set the mix to this. We're gonna set the movement here. We'll set some other movement here. I'll make it sweep the whole thing, and then I'll listen to it when it's time to listen to it. But let's grab, sorry, a bandpass filter. And, well, my eye just twitched out. Move this here. Dude, I love that chat is lit right now. I love that I can see this. 10 p.m. in Belgium? That's sweet. From the UK? What's up? What's up? Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I want these two to do different things. So we'll use the third thing on here to try to get this to interact in a different way with this. So yeah, I have a preset pack for free. If you go to alckemy.com, there's a vital pack called, I think it's Amnesia. Cool. I like the way that's already resonating, so what we'll do is we'll grab a slice EQ. Yeah, it's nothing crazy because like Vital's cool, but it's very limited, kind of like Serum. But it's something that, and I talk about this on a video that I'm putting out tomorrow, which is kind of how to make sounds like what I'm doing now. But it's a good starting point. But you still need to do stuff to it to the outside to make it, you know, to make it shine. To give it its polish, I guess. I mean, I don't know, it depends on what you're going for, but if you're trying to make sounds like this, you need to be able to do a little bit more to it. Faceplant just feels miles more free than Vital. I mean, it is, but that's also because there's unlimited effects, right? But understanding that, it's I don't know. First of all, just because you can doesn't mean that you should, if that makes sense. The other thing with that is it's like less is more to a certain point, but there's still like some basic requirements that you have to have in order to be able to like achieve something. So figuring out what that is for you and then using Vital or Serum or something perhaps as like your starting point is what I would recommend. Okay, you hear all that shit? All of that is from the screaming spectral stuff. So we're going to go back and edit this just a bit to try to mitigate those insane resonances that we're getting, because I don't really like that, and I don't think that people actually want to listen to that anyways. So let's just try to tame this out just a bit and see if we can utilize this in certain areas to make it a little bit more manageable. There we go. Yeah, now you can kind of there we go. So now we're getting all of the cool sounds, but without the crazy, nasty. Sick. Is this for a track or is it just some fun? I'm working on a preset, the next preset pack right now. So what I might try to do is keep this up here and leave that where it is. And I think what I want to try to do is make this like as sloshy as possible, because if I do, then well, I think long story short, it's just going to sound better. So let's see what I can get away with. It's close. It's close. I'm gonna see if I can add a ring mod to the bottom here. Do something kind of like that. Sick. And now we can just change the shapes of this stuff and just play around with how this wants to be phrased. Oops. Which, based off of how you do this, is going to pretty happy with that. Let's maybe utilize a chapel center. Just kind of keep that on the low. Reduce this. And move this over here. Thanks for coming, everybody. There's a lot of people today, so I appreciate you all coming in to hang out. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. So the next piece of this is to make a phrase. I was psyched to see your random videos. I couldn't resist the bundle deal myself, and they've been a lot of fun. It's pretty remarkable how low CPU they are. Yeah, I actually hopped on a call with them and had to have them explain to me what exactly the plugins were. And I'm glad I did, because I reached out to them for one, to be like, hey, can I review your plugins? And they said yes. But I didn't really know what it was. And so I had the dev and then the main marketing guy, I think, or I don't really know what his role was, to be honest, but really nice guy. And they just got on a call with me and was like, this is what it is. And even they kind of don't know to some extent, but from what they explain, it's pretty fascinating. So this gate was actually Zane's idea, which is really cool. But, you know, if you're trying to do like, hey, Nate, if you're trying to do like really fast, like choppy things for like drum and bass or something, this is a super helpful tool.
Yeah.
because you can create cool rhythmic phrases and stuff. I could do a wavetable LFO, but I think that just drawing in what you want is probably better in this case. So I'll just leave it as is. But I mean, there's not really much left to do with this part of the sound, I don't think. So I've made a couple of like changes to some of these where like I think 2 of the patches have like a rhythm rack and 1 of them has a color based rack, but I didn't really want to do a 3rd rack on most of these because the whole point of me trying to make these basses is to make them more CPU friendly. And even though I could by doing more racks and stuff, the whole philosophy of this is to give you as much bass variation as possible without having to do any kind of resampling. And so when you utilize this along with like MPE or just macros or automation and stuff, like you can get really cool phrases all within the same patch without having to like do crazy shit. Yeah, of course. I've had Homicide since like 2014, I think. Audica introduced me to it. Well, I watched a video from Audica and they use camel fat and Homicide, and I was like, I gotta have that distortion. And now it's all kind of just, yeah, it's really old. But it is cool. For sure. So, yeah, let's do another filter table. And let's just pull this over to the side, and then I can watch this as I use the harmonic table or the harmonic series to try to figure out what we're doing here. Yeah, that seems okay. Maybe we can make some dips here. Okay, sure. Let's siphon into this. I'm gonna roll this over a bit and see how that changes. That looks good to me. Then over here we can kind of do something like this to where we can kind of morph that out and see what that last frame looks like. Oh, that's kind of cool. That might be a little bit too high though. So we can just kind of shave that off. That's still that's still kind of high. That might work a little better. Yeah, sick. All right, so let's grab another one of these and shape this out. We'll map this here. I almost never use it personally. Homicide is old school. People add to make to their sound. I mean, yeah, I mean, I will say like this formula is cooked. It's been done so many times, especially for me. I do this almost every day, and I've been doing this almost every day for the last 10 years. But that being said, I still enjoy it. I still just like making these small little changes. You know, a lot of these sounds are going to appear as similar, to be honest, but they all have, if you look at them, they all have a unique rack and whatever that just gives you more stuff to play with, I think is what's important. Um, yeah, so now that I've kind of, I feel like the last time I did this, it took me fucking 6 hours or 2 hours, and now I've just banged through it in like 15 minutes. That's how fast this should take me. Um, but I don't know, maybe I just did a little bit of pre-sound design beforehand and locked in. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just save these and we'll call this, what do I want to call this? I'll call this Rob. I like to base a lot of my preset patches off of Castlevania creatures. And so now that we have this, I can go back and save all this stuff as wavetables, as effect racks. Rob 2. And then everything is kind of coded, or not coded, but everything is kind of organized together to where complex. Did I make any other wavetables? So as you can see, I'm kind of saving everything as the same format, and I'll show you why in just a second. I'll have 3. And save this as Rahab Simple. Cool. So, did I save it? No, let's say that is Rahab. Sick. All right, so the main reason why I do it this way is because now that we have this, like one of the coolest things, and all of my presets that are within Faceplant do this. Wait, I did save everything, right? Okay, yeah, is this. So if I go here and I go to wavetable and say we just do something simple like this, what I can do is go to the wavetable now as a source of FM, or if I want to, or whatever. And I've got all of these wavetables that I can pull from now. So I got all this stuff. You see, I've got 1, 2, and 3. So I can be like, let's pull up tortilla chip 2. Then I can go to multipass, and I can go to Ecclesia, and I can make a brand new patch by being like, let's use the Gilgamesh complex. We're going to map that to a macro here. And then I can go into another multipass and either pull up another one if I want to, or I can go to a simple one, maybe like nice growl simple, and map that to macro 2. And so there's this modularity behind everything. Is there something possible like the grid to emulate the filter table? Yes and no. Well, not in the grid, but you can use a parametric EQ. But you also have to understand that filter table is a spectral effect, so not really. Been loving your presets and beams, Fractal, by the way. Oh, dude, thanks so much. Thanks for checking that out. Shout out to Lunacy Audio for picking me up and letting me do some of that. More stuff is coming along the way, as you can probably expect. So because of this, there's this sense of modularity behind this, because I can demo this and be like, all right, what does macro 1 sound like? Right? And then I can be like, well, that was kind of cool. Maybe I want to go in here and change some stuff for one. So like I can change the phrasing of this if I want to. Or maybe I want to change this to a different complex rack. So I can go Ecclesia and then be like, let's do Rahab complex, the one that I just did. And all of the mapping, all of the macros, everything stays. So it gives you this sequence of building a patch from nothing to being able to put pre-built components together to making something like this, to where you can just throw everything together. And it's a pretty ingenious way, the way that Kilohearts designed it, because I think this is how they wanted us to use it. But for me, I try to take advantage of it about saying, okay, like, yes, you have this amount of presets, but you can combine these effect racks and all that to make your own and just mix and match like Legos. And that's like one of the coolest things that I still never get over with making, I don't know, with making patches like this. We could probably use a little bit of Alckemy TT, which is just my version of OTT, and then like a shaper table or something. That's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, so I'm very proud of this thing that I've kind of designed like this, because of how fast and how easy it is for you to come up with new sounds. And every preset pack that I make that's either within Faceplant, Bitwig, or Ableton are like this. So I don't know, I'm not trying to like sell you all on anything, but just saying, hey, this is how this stuff works if anybody's interested. This pack is not done. Now what I need to do is start focusing more on the melodic stuff. This is one patch that I do that also has a similar like effect rack style of thing. So this is a mix between granular and wavetable synthesis. So if I play something, no, but I mean, I work on it every day. It'll probably be done within the next 30 days. So we have something like that. We can also switch over and mix rather between just a conventional wavetable synth. You can change it into a pluck. Kind of have a middle ground. This will change the wavetable. You can change it into a bell. We can FM this or change the FM table. We can add a fifth, which is just a clean sine wave usually, but you see it still adds to that kind of like prettiness. And then the special thing is kind of my cool selector thing, because what this does is it'll cycle through 4 racks. So all of these are working in parallel, but as you see, the mix and the gain is off on all of them. So if I flip the special on, then that will activate the rack. And then by using the effects 1 here, as you can see, by moving through, it'll change the type of stuff. So I try to do a different rack on every patch, but if you just take a listen, this is going to be kind of like synthy. This one should be a lot more delays. It's pretty. The third one is more reverb and more tails, so more pad stuff. And then the final one that I've done, at least as the template, is going to be like some kind of distortion rack. And so what this does is like, I don't know, take inspiration from like Lauren with having really convoluted sounds through senses of distortion and all that. Yeah, really cool. And then we also have a mod wheel that we can use to give it vibrato, so... Sometimes you can make some pretty sick shit with that. So that's kind of what the Ecclesia pack is supposed to be about. I'm finished with the bass stuff, and now I need to do more of the melodic things. But that's kind of what we're doing. But is it possible to pitch delays so the delay goes up as it goes on? Yeah, I wouldn't call it a pitch delay, but hold on one second. If we have a sound and we grab an envelope and you do this and you do this, make it an actual octave or something that's going to be relatively in key. Is that what you mean? This is very common for use in like, what's it called? In like cool leads and stuff for like beats. Let's go ahead and go to 36. And then you can add like some distortion. And then you can add like a comb filter. Sorry, not that. We want a comb filter. Make it stereo. You can also add just a little bit of tail. We can add some convolution. Something else that we can do is you can set the polyphony to 1 and set this to legato. And then, yeah, change this from always to legato. So now we have, there's your like, you know, Dr. Dre. Yeah. Maybe not as much reverb or whatever, but just as like a, hey, this is something that you can do. Did my camera go off? It looks like it did go off. What happened here? Give me 1 second. Let me fix that. Oh no, I broke it. Let's see if I can get this to come back. Yeah, did anybody else have any sound design questions or anything? Let me see if get that to work. No? Alright, whatever. The camera's supposed to be on, but I don't know what happened or when it checked out, but yeah. So yeah, that's one way to do things. I do want to make a beat today, but I don't know what I want to make. I haven't really been inspired to make anything as of late. But yeah, did anybody else have any questions about anything, or is this the part where I start talking to myself for the next couple of hours? There usually comes a point for that. Let's go into 7 Deadly Snare Rack. I usually make what's called halftime. Actually, let's do a rim shot. That'll work. Let's go here. And then what I'll do with this is make a variation of it. So I would like there to be some kind of... What is this purple? There we go. So what I'll do with this is actually create a real clap. So that way, we've got a really nice fundamental. And we can kind of push this, kind of like so. Make one of these guys. We don't actually want this, so we're going to set this to byte and then turn this down. And then we just want the noise. And then we can make this even more cool by offsetting everything else. So what we'll do is we'll grab a time shift here and make this late. Grab this one, make this one a little bit later. And then now we've got that sound, which is nice. So we've got two different variations of a clap and a something like that, which is cool. So that should be more than usable. Let's focus on making a kick. 1 minute rut, I try to change my process. What's my favorite Castlevania game? Oh, that's a hard one. Probably Order of Ecclesia. I think that Order of Ecclesia has my favorite music. I don't like that it's linear, but I like the story. I love the music and the bosses and the locations. Then it would probably be Aria of Sorrow, and then it would probably be probably Lament of Innocence, to be honest. Lament of Innocence is such a... I need to complain for a second because I wish that I had a larger audience for playing games, because I feel like I have such a huge repertoire of like game music. What would even be the word for it? Like game music history and stuff that I want to expose to people, but I want to enjoy it with them. But man, if you haven't listened to the soundtrack of Lament of Innocence, like go have a cup of tea and whatever and just listen to the whole thing, because it's so moving. Give me 1 second. Okay. No, I do. I do it on Saturdays. Like right now we're going through Saturdays I go through I'm trying to beat the Elden Ring DLC. But yeah, like I said, every time I play games online, nobody comes in, which I don't blame them because it's like, oh, if I were a person, I'm like, what do I want to spend my weekend doing? Do I really want to watch someone play games and like struggle? Probably not, but yeah. Order of Ecclesia is Order of Ecclesia is such a gem. Such a gem. All right, we need a kick. So let's make a kick. How do I want to make a kick? I think I'm going to go the life route. And I'm just going to play a sequence or something. And we're going to use this to source a couple of things. Oh, yeah. Symphony of the Night is definitely top 5 for sure. God, I fucking know that game like the back of my hand. I actually didn't mean to do that, but there was something in there that was a layer that was pretty sick. So what I'll do is I'll just take this because it's already got a lot of really nice characteristics of, well, I think it is a kick to be honest, but what I like to do with this stuff is just take something that's already synthesized. Why is my frame rate dropping? And let me see if I can stretch this to... All right. Okay, I just wanted to listen to it a couple of times and see what we're working with. This is actually my favorite way to make kicks because it's not perfect. And I like when it's not perfect. Yeah, that's kind of the timbre I want. We're gonna grab a tool here. Let's grab Saturn 2. Kick shaper. Okay, so pushing it any further than what we have is too much, so we'll just skip that and go to the glue. Just compress it a bit. Let's give it some distortion. I use this like more and more every day just because of how versatile it is. I always complain about this, but if you treat it from this is actually just a typical wave shaper, which is awesome. Though I usually just use the push, but this is a great way to like, maybe I should get like heat or something and just back off of the mix by a lot. So sick. And do something like this. Ooh. Use a clipper. Just trying to make that as big as possible to try to be able to compete with the volume of this. That sounds sick. Okay. Why does it... Oh, that's why. That's actually... I actually really like that. That's kind of cool. But it's supposed to be here. So we can do something like this to where we move it a little bit ahead. And then the fourth one, move this beat over here. Do something like this. Bop, bop. Oh, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we've got the main components here. So now what I want to do is I'm going to take this and start to, yeah, I've played through both. I have the DLC. I've actually played through Blasphemous on stream, but I have the DLC. I just haven't gone through the Mea Culpa DLC for the second game yet, but God, I fucking love that game. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's bring back the distortion. We're gonna grab a delay. The DLC is amazing. Really? That's exciting. I'm all excited to play that. We're gonna need a fuse compressor. This is just for distortion. Then we need a convolution reverb. Let's get something mild. Let's go random. Copy. Paste. I'm going to change this into a bandpass and just kind of let that roll. Make sure that this is bipolar. Set that to a quarter note. This is going to make sense in a second. I know that it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But just trust me. Trust me. There we go. Cool. So now we have more stuff. This is kind of what I use as a song starter here to try to find things to gain as percussion and all that. But let me save this rack quickly, because maybe I can just pull this up in the future, because I really don't need to go ham with it. I usually go ham with it, but I'm not going to do that. Save preset to library. Quick drum resampler. Go OK. And now what I'm going to try to do is grab this. We're going to throw these in the drums. Mute it. And now I'm just going to fuck around and try to build a phrase with this stuff that might seem kind of cool. And then I'll build my kicks and snare pattern, or kick and snare patterns around it. So I'm just going to kind of look for something that hopefully sounds cool. I think this might actually be kind of cool if I stretch it out a little more. If I can get it out of the way. Okay, what else we got? Okay. Trying to find something that I can use as a loop for consistency. So That's kind of cool. And we can start to try to kind of place that right there. Oh, thank you. It's gonna fizzle out here in a second because this is, I speed run to this and then I'm like, what do I do for a hook? But I'm gonna bounce this out, reverse it. We're gonna grab this guy. I don't know what that does, but I'm going to place it right here. And instead of having the tataco, or yeah, we're just gonna call it the tataco. There we go. We're gonna place that on every bar. So that way it actually has like a phlegm sound, or a flam. Cool. I'm going to take this rack. Not this rack. This rack. And place it on my drums. And do this again. Excuse me. We don't really need much, but a little bit of that can go a long way for tossing this back in here for some extra texture. Extra text. I'm going to throw the extractor on here though, which is basically a gate, and try to see what I can find about moving some of this stuff around and blah, 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 blah. Dude, move, click on this something. Get out of that selection. God damn it. Help. Help. Why is it? Okay, anyway. So that's a pretty cool sound. We can just kind of use that and then try to find some in between. I really like that. Oh, it might also help if I turn the stupid thing off. can use another sound here to kind of. And then we can take that. Actually, we'll take this and see if we can make another texture with this. So I kind of like that. Okay. Let's stretch that out and see what we can get out of it.
Recording to logbook.
So I'm just gonna grab a hi-hat now and just put this on the one. Thank you for the follow, Ablaze, Cyan Ablaze. Appreciate it. Okay, that's not working, so I'm gonna try an open hat. Hey, what's up, universe? Okay, I'm gonna send this to my thing. I'm gonna grab the kick, send that to this other thing here. Grab it, turn this on. Try to turn it up. We'll put the accent on this one. So let's grab a mid-side and I'm gonna apply this to the overall signal to make these drums bigger. And that's how you come up with a drum beat. Or that's how I come up with a drum beat. So so we can elaborate on that. So we can go like do do do. And then we can kind of just have fun with like changing this up a bit and making different variations to it, you know? So we can, you know. Ooh. Yo, what's up, Gloom? How are you, bro? Kind of like that rollover. This is something that I do in just about every beat where I'll move everything off just a quarter note. You can kind of let this drag over, kind of like this, and this will create a cool little catch up. So. And then for here, we'll kind of just create some kind of sound or whatever that will lead into the next part. We can put a neuro bass there. We can. That's kind of cool. So maybe we'll just leave that. Okay, now what? Now what do we do? This is the hard part. I made a bass, right? Didn't I? Did I not save? I saved it, I'm pretty sure. So rather than try to use this as a neuro bass, I think that I'm just going to try to keep it simple. So if you're like, oh, Alckemy, how do you use this shit? What did I call this? Rob. I called it Rob. Doing fine. How about you? I'm alright, man. I'm just here. Just here having fun. Okay, I need to save that here. Okay, so I'm gonna try to just use placement right now to think about what I want to do. How do you create a bass line? One note at a time. Hey, Bedini, what's up? Okay, so we can kind of use that just as a nice phrase. I'm going to sorry, I fucking brain farted for a hot sec. Let's make this a little bit more interesting by pulling the release down on this and then just making this a little bit more aggressive. And then what I'll do is I'll do my, I already have a rack. I don't know why I'm doing this again, but whatever. So this one is a dry rack. This one is a wet rack. Like your dirty laundry. 100% mix, pull the ducking off. And just a little bit will do enough, but this will create some space. Yeah, it's a starting point, you know. So sorry I got quiet. Usually when I start really trying to focus and stuff, I stop talking. But these are all really cool, but for the space that I want them to fit in the context, yeah, like that's a cool one. You kind of have to just practice that of like how to pitch whip. Now watch me whip. No, sorry. But yeah, that'll be out tomorrow. Um, so that'll be exciting. I hope that you get some use out of it. I really just cover, well, I cover a lot, but I cover all of the building blocks to making bass like this. Okay, so we've got all this space to play with. It's cool. It needs a little bit of motion though, you know? Like something, I feel like it needs like an anchor point or something that can be like, you know, yeah, or you know, a chant or something kind of like that. If we have a driving bass line, which I like that these are kind of, these phrases here are consistent, but maybe just a contrasting bass, something that could be an 808 or something that could be, you know, something kind of like that. Could also be I think I'm on the right track. I'm not quite satisfied with it, but if you if you push the distortion too much, then you lose the filtering. So I'm trying to find something that could be a cool middle ground behind those. Yeah, lots of space for like sound design and stuff, but let me see what happens if I just switch this up into, instead of this, we do just an 808. The thing with this is that even though this is cool, I could probably automate it and maybe only open up the big phrases at certain points in time. But I like that this actually has a little bit more contrast because now it opens up other elements to try to, you know, to try to play into. The other thing too is I think that we can drive this. Yeah, so I mean, if we can find some kind of melody or something over this, then it would sound pretty nice. I don't know how I did that, but somehow I dragged that, and that changed the velocity. Oh, Shift Command drag. That's new. I didn't know that existed. Which, yeah, if you set that to velocity or something, you could do a lot. So maybe something that we can try is to just hop into Yeah, we can try stepwise and just start to see if we can come up with something. Usually rely on stuff like this because it's very rare that I'm actually like, oh, I have a musical idea. I'm usually like, I got nothing, but it's my own undoing. So I'm gonna grab this, set this to 1, and grab a key filter. Or actually, yeah, I'll grab a key filter and just set this to F Phrygian. That's actually, some of that is actually kind of sick. So what I'm going to do is, well, I'll use that to shape a musical idea. I'm going to grab this from side chisel, FM4, key filter. And what I can do here is just set this to record. So I'm going to go like this on this guy, and sorry, we need to do it here. Okay, we're not going to use that, but what's cool is that we can kind of formulate this and shape it up based off of some things that I heard that was kind of interesting or kind of inspiring. So let's just put like a excuse me, a sine wave over this, and then shaping the timbre is always a fucking problem. But if I just start with something like this and set the polyphony to 1, all right, what's creating that sound? Get out of the way. What I'm gonna do is just probably divide this by sections. So I can just take this and start here. Maybe 2 bars. So you see, we've kind of already got a phrase right there, that do 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 do, and we can probably come up with a bass line from that, to be honest. So now without having to actually do burn, like that would be sick. So like a burn. I mean, yeah, to be honest with you, like what would happen if I just took this as a phrase? I'm gonna duplicate this and delete this and just let this play out and see what this sounds like. It's a little too fast, but maybe not so high. Everything except this needs to go down an octave. And then something else that will help with this a lot to give it some groove will be to not make this sustained all the way. And then maybe instead of doing that same movement on that, we can... Oh, it's still... Oh, it's because there's another note there. I was like, why is that? It's pitch bending to this. So... Yeah, lots of different choices there, but let's just see what this sounds like. Yo, what's up, Jazz? We need to figure out... Yeah, okay. Well, it was a cool idea. I do think that maybe if we did not do this as a bass, then we could simplify this melody. So we can go... Just to go... Sorry. So something like this. Minus that sound, of course, the pitch up or whatever, but... And then maybe what we can do with this one is just... Yeah, so I think this is probably the way to go. If we can kind of find a way to mix this in and make it fit, then I actually really like the idea of the Reese with that, and then we can kind of do our neurofills and stuff in other places, but... Something kind of like that, I guess. Does the theme editor still work with 5.3? I have no idea. I never use it. What the f- that's racist. I don't know why I have that, but I'm gonna delete it.
Uh-huh.
actually be kind of cool. No, maybe not. Whoop. All right, let's have some fun. I'm kind of at the point now where I'm just ready to make this stupid, which this is usually where I get up to because I'm like, oh, the drums are cool, but I'm not really liking anything that I'm making. So rather than get bogged down by it, somebody give me a topic. No food, no animals. Wait. A topic, no food, no animals, no cars. And maybe preferably not bitches and hoes and all that shit. Anyone? This is the part where everyone leaves. Soda can? Okay. Soda can. Okay, give me one sec. Soda can. Thunderstorm. Anything else? It doesn't really, it's really inconsequential. Just, they're just phrases that I'm going to say, and then we'll try to use my voice to come up with some kind of hook. Yo, thank you, Arnold Dawson. Appreciate it. Anyone? Good God, it's like pulling teeth. All right. That is not what I meant to do. Let's try that again. I shake the soda can like a thunderstorm. I'm from the heavens. Many clouds call me thunderborn. I sink the sun, call it sundermorn. I can't come up with any lyrics today, but I'm hella bored. Soda can's pretty easy to rap with. Usually I turn it into percussion and make some kind of clap shit. 95 moons of Jupiter. I know you are, but what am I? More stupider. Yo, I've got my favorite Pokemon. It's a Pupitar. I'm reading this Velvet Known Gaming on the decline. Sitting here listening to Baseline Smith and Decline. The phone is slow as hell. You could already tell. I'm sitting waiting for somebody to ring my bell. Yeah, I'm sitting here saying, what the hell? Trying to make a different beat, but I'm stuck in a shell. I'd walk 1,000 miles, but don't call me Latrell. You're fucking garbage. From a mile away, I could pick up your smell. Ooh. I'm just kidding. What do we got? Straight up fire, my desire to imply these bars pulls it to a higher. bar, not a chin up. Boy, you better sit up. I've got a mean left elbow. You could get the clip up. I think this stuff is enough because it's really, like I said, inconsequential. It's just things to throw into an amalgamator and cut into something, kind of like so. I honestly hate the sound of my own voice, and some days I feel like rapping, most days I don't. But I do come from hip hop, for better or for worse. I come from hip hop. No, I don't need your bars. I don't need your bars. This isn't a rap session. I just needed some kind of audio or something to say. Because really, whenever I throw this in, you're not going to be able to tell what I'm saying anyways. I don't need your bars. What I need is an answer. All right. So I'm going to use Beam for this. A$AP Rock, AO1 are the best white rappers. A$AP Rock is white? I didn't know that. That dude is just... I can't even tell what he's saying half the time. Let's try Blaster. I'm going to discard most of this stuff. There's no time on here. I need to pull up a time node without showing off. I think Somber Falls is okay. Yeah. There's some stuff on here that I'm not allowed to show, so I'm trying to refrain from that.
Heavens, homie.
Okay, sick. Let's use a fuse compressor.
Go to storm, nothing on heavens, homie, there's nothing. All is now, first, now. Please.
Hey, Dana.
Snake, I turned into procurator, closure, and the fabric of what am I? Probably on. Oh, I've got on, like.
Let's duplicate this.
Nothing on heavens. There's nothing. All is now. First, no.
So it's many years to rock with it. Usually I was turned into things Oh, you know, I don't want it. Wait, like, on the D decline.
On the T.
You could all go wrong. Didn't wait so well soon to ring my bell.
To bring my.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Yes, sir. Guys. I'm not
As you
Alright, there was some sick shit in that, so... Uh...
How you
What do I think of Massive X? It's okay. It's not my favorite. It's kind of unique because the feedback thing on there isn't something that's very common. Uh, I made them from scratch at the beginning of the stream. I'm just trying to create something that might give me a cool riff. I think that people just like them because they're loud, but they're not really giving me a vibe that I'm like feeling emotionally attached to. It's pretty sick. What if I could just, I don't know, do an 808? Maybe we can make something crispy on the top end. That's pretty cool. I'll just put this over to the side for a sec, because it's a cool sound, but I don't know what to do with it yet. It's actually kind of cool. I do like this a bit. It rolls a little bit more. Something like that. Yeah, it's not really vibing, but whatever, at least I'm trying shit. So let's uh let's just do a refresh here and start from what I like, which is the drums. Okay. No, I don't know what that is, to be honest. Or who that is. Yeah, I'm open-minded. I'll take a look at some of his stuff. Yeah, I think that like whenever you make drums like this that are just so fucking loud, like you kind of have to have just like a noise base or something. Because after this, like once you get to this step, everything is so distorted that like you can't, there's not really any room for any of the heavier stuff. You could do that. Just kidding. That actually kind of works. This is an 808. Well, no, one of the first things that I tried was a more traditional 808, but I just couldn't get it to really. I'm trying to find a spark to get this to be like, ah, this is interesting, or oh, whatever. but it's not quite there yet. Yeah, it feels kind of the same. I do like the more distorted bass a little better. But not having an ultra complicated, you know, yeah, it works. It's kind of boring, but I don't know. We can try Serato sample again. See if I can come up with anything interesting. Let's try Catch Me If You Can. Let's go for the vocals.
I'm from the hood that hood. And I can speak everything except court language. And I can speak everything except court language. And I can speak everything except court. And I can speak everything except court. And I can speak everything except. And I can speak. I'm and I can speak everything except court. And I'm after nice. Yeah, I'm after nice. Yes, sir. Short gangster.
Catch me if you catch me if you hey, all the maddest it's about who papers that see me in it. And when you
Jab. Jab. Think except Portland.
Well, the thing is like, if you just use the 808, you need something on top, you know? So it's context. I think that the noise bass kind of helps fill out more of the frequency range, but depending on what it's supposed to be layered with, but this has been the bane of my existence lately, so I just cannot find something interesting to come up with for a fucking song idea. But maybe that's because I've written the same song over and over again, so maybe I just need to write some different beats. I think that's what I need to do starting Wednesday when I come back, is just stop fucking making halftime for a while. No, you're fine. It's cool. I mean, you know, this has been a constant thing. I think what I've been trying to do is just figure out a way to implement these basses in a way that I actually like, and it hasn't really been coming together. And I think part of it is like when you make beats like this, it's more hip hoppy, you know? And maybe if I like slowed it down and actually did something that was a little bit more of a break instead of the boom to boom. So, which I think I'm going to actually do. So, hold on. Give me a second. Let me bounce this out, and then I'll look at maybe changing this up and maybe stop making these kinds of beats for, you know, take a break off of that. But let me just record this. So, god damn it. All right, I'm just gonna bounce out the master. That'll be the easiest thing to do, because that way I don't have to record it. I usually try to just get it into rolling sampler, because if I can do that, then... Actually, I can. Ah, fuck, it didn't do it. Alright. God damn it. Alright, well, what I can do is just go into the master bounce like this, and then go into my sample packs. Like so, and then just go... That's annoying. Yeah, it's a cool beat. I really like it, but yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I mean, I could do some kind of garage thing, uh, or I could just try to maybe focus on making better music. I don't know. I could sample, but if I do, then I'm gonna run into copyright issues every time I go live, which I've been trying to avoid. That's why I've been so hell-bent on like writing my own shit. But I also think that if I mean, here's the thing. Let me see how long this beat is. So this is at 6:01 to 6. That's 45 seconds. You know, if I wrote out a little intro and outro and had a hook for this, then the beat would be done, or it could be done rather. You know. That being said, because I don't really like anything over this, I feel like starting with something musical is kind of where you need to go. Or I don't know, we could do the opposite and just try to take a bass phrase, you know? I think that Cool Drums, Jan 13th. Today is one of my best friend's birthday, by the way. We don't talk anymore, but still miss that guy. Yeah. I mean, we could do something like this where it's just stupid. Let's just do this and then be like, all right, we're just gonna make a dumbass phrase that we're gonna repeat for a fucking week. You know, even something like that, we could. Here we go. You can make something out of that. And the interesting thing about this is like, if you start from here, um, you know, you can do something kind of like this, which makes the process a little bit easier. Oh, that's supposed to be here. but the relationship and like what we build everything around becomes a different thing. And I think that I need to kind of try to go down this route if I want to make quote unquote more bassy music, but I might even be able to push that a little bit later. And then we could even do something like, you know, have a cool blast right there. Place these two guys in here and see if we can chain them. So now like the initial like mindset behind all this stuff is to start with two sounds and make those two work together. Does that make sense? Because when you're doing this with percussion and stuff, you tend to like go balls to the wall or whatever, but I think that having a more simple thing and focused on like more variations of snares and all that, like this is silly, but it actually is cohesive, right? I mean, now the rhythms and the things that you would add to this are a lot more meticulous. Something like that. So like So we could try to find a different phrase here that might be like a sounding dope. Oh, I'm just fucking around. Just trying different things. Thank you, though. Excuse me. So we can try quick drum resampler now. See what that gives us, if anything. See now if any of this stuff will line up with things that will play accordingly to the bass. Which, who knows, but starting with a drum loop is just really fucking hard. Did I turn that off? I did. Stretch that out into repitch. Let's see what we can get out of it, if anything. Huh. Yeah, some of this stuff is cool. Dude, fuck, what are you doing? Funky. Funky. Yeah, again, cool little drum beat. Cool little drum beat. Yeah, that's a wonky one. The good news is that everybody's going to get a copy of this when I come out with this stupid sample pack that I'm working on. So if anybody knows what to do with it, I would love to see what you come up with these kinds of beats that I make, because apparently I'm fucking cursed where I can come up with sick beats but can't figure out what to do with them. I can come up with sick bass but can't figure out what to do with it. And now for something completely different. I'm just kidding. God damn. It's a sign that I need to just stop making music and just fucking make beats and basses and sounds and let everybody else do something with them. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, just... Or sample, you know. Zane's been telling me to sample forever, and I dabble with it, but I never come up with something that I'm happy with. I don't know why. I just can't get my shit to connect. You know, it could be, but what I really think it is I'm just lacking any kind of emotional connection to what I'm making whatsoever. Like, just getting into it, you know what I mean? And being like, this is a vibe, you know? Like, I'm just not, it might be there for you all, it's not there for me. And I'm just like, because, like, I don't even know what my idea of perfectionism is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the perfect bass line for me to write or whatever would be. It's just nope, not feeling it. And so we'll do something with this in a second. Sorry, I know this melody sucks. Here's how to be lazy as fuck. I'll show you some magic. Yeah, it's very similar. Why is it doing that? Oh, that's why. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, coming up with an idea like this is very easy. Hey, Kev, long time no see. Although, I feel like... Yeah, this isn't even an F. Even though I bounced this in F. No, I didn't. I bounced it in D. Okay. I was like, what? You just do fucking... Just let that play along with the kicks. This is so stupid. So instead of this, we can just use the sidechain tool. Just go chain one pre. Do something stupid like this. Bitwig is so pretty after staring at Ableton. Yeah, I think it looks better, but it's gonna just depend on the person. There are some people that are like, oh, Bitwig looks so cluttered and this and that and whatever. Oh, Ableton looks like an Excel spreadsheet. Oh, blah, 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 this and this. And it's just like, it's important until it's not. It's like, oh, this matters, but eventually, like, no matter what you get into, like, you're just gonna start moving around clips and shit anyways. Like, what am I doing right now? I moved clips, you know, and just made it into one. You know, this is a stupid beat that I don't want to keep, but, yeah, I don't know. I think something needs to change because whatever I'm doing is just no longer working, and I don't really know what's up with it, but I think that I'm open to maybe answering questions or just having general discussions about sound design or production and seeing what comes about. I think that for a while, maybe just changing the nature of my production would be extremely helpful. Does anybody have any questions about anything or any kind of topics that you're interested in hearing about or want my thoughts on? Or not that I think that I'm that important, but just, you know, just something, just a jump off point, which to explore. Turn a snare into a pad. All right. I'll take that challenge. That's not very hard. We'll use one of mine. There we go. In the meantime, does anybody else have anything that you might want to discuss? Inspirational gets me back into making music. Thank God, because Jesus Christ, I just cannot come up with something interesting lately. I already have random. Is random metal a significant upgrade in usability? No. It just takes snapshots of the engines are different, and it's more for percussion stuff rather than basses or plucks or leads. But they still sound metallic. So if you're looking for like vastly different, I don't know, timbres and you know whatever, then yeah. But I think that you can get by just making a metallic percussion out of the regular random plugin, and like you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Oh, we don't want that one. We want this one. Pitch shifter. Yeah, I'm kind of fed up. I think that it's time to just do something different for a bit. I usually start from percussion. it's a little too detuned, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab another A sharp. I'm gonna grab another A sharp. I'm gonna grab another A sharp. Now I'm gonna back off of this one. There we go. Okay, that sounds a lot nicer. And then what we'll do is we'll fuse compress it. I'm currently in the same boat when it comes to being relatively uninspired and bored of making music. I don't even know if I'm bored. I don't know, man. Because I'm having fun, you know? Okay. So let's take that and toss that into this. Let's see if this will pick this up. Hey, it did. Wow. That's crazy. That actually worked. Do I ever play with stuff with a controller? I own a couple of controllers, but I usually just use my mouse and keyboard. Yeah, it's usually just mouse and keyboard. But, I mean, I have a couple of cool controllers like MPE devices, and I have Electron gear, and Yeah, I mean, you can turn anything into anything, you know. So, any other questions about stuff or whatevs? I think I'm just gonna keep trying to plug away at shit. Sorry. Hardware can be inspiring if you're in a rut. I hate mini cables and having to keep it all clean though. I mean, I have some digital stuff, but it just, I don't know. Bass sounds after recording jam sessions / mud pies. Well, shit, it depends on the bass, you know, like it depends on what it needs. So let's say I've got something, let's say I've got something like this and I go like this and I just bounce out a phrase, right? So, yo, what's up, Michael? So let's say I use a phrase like that or whatever. The first thing I would do is I'd look at it through an EQ and be like, all right, what's going on here? Because obviously you can hear some resonances. Is this on the right one? See that? So I'd probably take that out. Everything else is probably okay. Then I would use a fuse compressor and just pull this back, pull this up, kind of like so. And this, you know, this is what I would normally do, but if it's too much, then I'll back off. And then to give it some shine, I'd throw it through a small reverb. So you set this to 100%, pull back off with the ducking a bit, and high pass this, like so, and then just turn it down. But we would go from this to I'd probably not want to have that resonant thing, but yeah, with all that stuff, this would be a typical kind of just brings it out a little bit more, but again, it's contextual. Now, if it's something like this, you know what I mean? Then I would probably be like, all right, you know, same thing. What's going on? What does it need? What are the resonances? What's too much? What's not? What needs to come up? But generally speaking, fuse compressor goes on everything, and then I have a tendency to clip. So clip it and limit is the motto. High pass filtering in post for some controlled vowel sounds being added. Oh, that's super specific. Like, I don't have to do that anymore in post. Take any of these. Like, all of this filtering stuff is all, I do it all within the box now because I don't really need to do that. But yeah, you can. You know, but yeah, generally speaking, I try to do it all here because it's just way easier to get it all linked up. To be honest though, like if you don't have this and you have to do it in post, there's a couple of things. If you have something like an EQ plus, and you make something like this is okay to do with automation. You know, the same kind of thing. If you have a modulator, that'd be better. But if you have to automate it, you probably want to try to get an EQ that will do it via this, the shift. Because going in here and automating each one is going to send you through a fucking loophole that will drive you crazy. It's just not worth it, especially with today's technology. Like, yeah, that's how it was done in the past, but imagine automating each one of these. Like, no, that is so inefficient. Unfortunately, Ableton Live does not have this, but you can map one. which is what I've done. I've mapped a pseudo version of making this stuff move together, but it still irritates me how complicated what's it called is. Someone told me they had issues with clicks and popping using fuse compressor. Yeah, skill issue. I never have that. What they're doing is they're driving it too hard on transients. And that's why it clicks. So they're not being mindful, like let's say they have drums and stuff, they're not being mindful of their audio clips that doesn't have in that will catch whatever is not hitting the zero crossing line. I have Morph at the moment, but gotta wait to resubscribe next month. See, the other thing with like, I don't actually like Morph EQ either. I do like minimal audio stuff, but I don't like Morph EQ. It just doesn't, it's not dramatic enough. You know, yeah, like all this stuff is cool and whatever, but to be honest with you, I think that if you're trying to do like vowel sounds and shit, it's kind of a waste of time to like set this stuff up, you know, where you're like, oh, I'm gonna make it go here and then make it go here and then I'm gonna do this and do this. Like that's, don't waste your time. It's a cool feature by all means. It's sick, but it's not very useful for this kind of sound. If we just go default and you just do this. So boost, notch, some kind of amalgamation of stuff in between. And instead you automate the shift, you automate the pinch like this. And you could even automate the scale if you want to, but this will give you everything that you need for cool sounds. Sorry. Let me get out of this. You see that? So don't waste your time. You know, just throw one of these on here and one of these on here and too much. Still too much. I don't know why it's going that far. What is this attached to? Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, if you are going to automate stuff, just do it like this. Because when you move this along with the pitching, you're still going to get really cool stuff. You clip it. Yeah. But when you start to like try to get all complicated and shit with this, like it doesn't, like I said, it's not worth the time. But to be honest with you, if you just have a parametric EQ, anything, EQ plus, whatever, and you have the shift, just do that. Don't waste your time. Just go like this. Create a shape. You know, something kind of like that. Make it a little bit tighter. Whatever. And look at how much fatter that is. Hey. No, not by default. So it's kind of annoying because Ableton has something that Bitwig doesn't. which is the scale. So let me show you how it's done. Sorry, that's a really cool song. So what I would recommend of how to utilize Bitwig stuff to be optimized, maybe following control script package and not perfect. Oh, really? That's stupid. Lo and behold, I actually have Ableton Live. Let's grab operator. EQ8. Filter. Cool. Okay. One more thing, maybe shaper. All right, so the way to do this, and I think the most efficient way to do this, is instead of trying to make all of these move, what you do is create a vowel like this. Let's push this up, somewhere around here, here, mess with this. And then what you do is you go to the scale and you flip the scale like this. So you map this to here. And then you can map everything else to, oops. God, I hate this so much. You can map that here. So because now when you do it this way, you can just start to kind of create the same shapes and shit. And then you can go here, do this, set this to 24. Be careful. I hate the auto filters because once you have too many cuts, when you send it through whatever, it's going to when you send it through fucking, God, what is it? An OTT, it's going to start to get that circuitry sound that is really annoying. But doing it this way is better because what you can do now is use your mouse and you can grab roar or something. Saturator. Soft clip. We can just leave it. And then from here, like, you know, you can just start to color it. Very quickly, you could do like a comb. Does it have a comb filter? All right, we'll use a phaser flanger then. Wait, this doesn't have a width control on it? What? Yes, you got to put a little more work into it, but it's there. But I mean, this is the primary thing, you know. And you can do another one if you want to, so go map, go to the scale, and just move this in a different place, kind of like so. But this is the way to do it. Fuck. No. Wait, why is it doing that? Alright, I'll just use the multi-band. And then just do it this way, because this way to me is better. What the fuck? Am I tripping, or did this... Why did that just get so quiet? No, I'm not tripping. There's no way. What the fuck? Did I solo something? Okay. That totally just killed the sound. See, I know I'm not crazy. Yeah, the multiband thing just totally fucking shot this. And I don't know why. There we go. What the fuck? So yeah, we can try to make this a little bit more dramatic. And then, you know, once we have something like that, we can always, that's why I still like multipass, especially for something like Ableton, because you can just place this at the end of the chain. Why is this going so fast? Fuck yeah. But yeah, you see it just kind of makes it even better. Yeah. No frequency splitting needed. Dope. So we can group that and just go quick saw neuro EQ. But the main, like I said, the main trick of this is this shit, because that way you don't have to do all the crazy scrolling and all that. You can, but there's not really a reason to. You know what I mean? You can just do whatever and then drag this to your library. Clear. Which I do have an Ableton pack if anybody's interested that has stuff like this. But yeah. Any other questions? Once you kind of understand how the EQs and stuff work, then it's kind of all the same no matter what DAW you're in. And like I said, tomorrow I'm coming out with a comprehensive guide to Neurobass for 2025, and that will kind of explain a lot of stuff that I know about this. Or I guess everything that, not everything, but yeah, a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that I know about this. I already downloaded Beta 4. Oh, I just haven't installed it yet. So, yeah, I don't really know what to do right now, to be honest. I want to make music, but I want to make stuff that I actually like, and it just hasn't really been coming together lately. I could just make bullshit and not care, but I feel like I've been there, done that, and kind of wasted my time. Is it going to be member only for that new guide? It's members only right now, but tomorrow it'll be public. The more advanced stuff will be the members only things, which is already up. Like all the cool techie shit that I'm doing, like making, I'm pretty sure I have videos on this, but like making the all-in-one type patch stuff. So if we go to the Requiem things with the super patches, things like this that have everything built into it, this is masterclass only stuff, which it's really only for people that are really serious about sound design. Right, so we can do that. We can change this into percussion. Change this into a pad. Change this into a granular synth. We can change this into a pluck. Very cool. We can make this just totally glitch out. Sub. Metal hit. But all of this is one patch, right? So you can mix and match. It's got a sequencer built into it. It's got FM stuff. And then my favorite thing is the pitching, because what this does is it creates really sick phrases from different pitch shit. So yeah, so it's got just a bunch of shit built into it. But the problem is that, like, this is gonna fry a lot of people's computers. And even though, like, I've put the preset pack out or whatever, it's just too much for a lot of folks. So what I'm doing in this Ecclesia pack is going back and just focusing on the bases and then being like, okay, how can I design something that is going to be as usable as possible for the majority, you know? And so with this stuff, for one, it sounds 10 times better. I don't know why. Well, I guess as I get better at sound design, this is going to be better. Like, listen to how fat that is in comparison. And now with the complex stuff, you know what I mean? It's just like, oh shit, okay. But what's really cool is that all this stuff is mapped to MPE. So, you know, if you want to utilize this and really play this as an instrument, that's what this is designed for. But it kind of takes the inspiration of doing an all-in-one, like a bunch of different sounds, but instead just focuses on different kinds of bass. So for example, like, it's the Reese, there's the complex, which I've already played, there's the FM, which has different wavetables. This hits better if you use a sine wave. Then if you turn the complex on, you'll get like cool like growls and shit. Or if we just want like simple growls. Then we can add a harmonic. We can harmonize. And then we have an 808. So like it does everything that's like bass related, you know, and then you can go in there and change the shapes of stuff. But that's kind of my philosophy. But anyways, the point of this was that this is free. Like the education on how to do this, which is what everybody wants to know, is free. But setting it up and making it into a package that does all this shit, that's what I hold for the master classes. I don't have any guests planned as of now. I haven't really talked to anybody. I've been trying to get Chi to come on the channel, but I mean, he's in LA and all the fires are going on, which I hope everyone is safe and stuff. My mom is in Pasadena. I still haven't heard from her. It's a little bit worrying, but I'm sure she's fine. But yeah, that would be the top of the line person that I'd try to get on here, you know. What? Man, these scam emails are like getting more and more crafty by the day. It's crazy. But yeah, so that's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to, you know, kind of go after and give people just value, you know. I don't charge out the ass for this stuff, but I got to make a living somehow. If I can make everything free and be guaranteed some kind of income other than what I'm doing, I would do it. But yeah, I swear I'm not out to just empty your pockets. I think that, I don't know. I think that you don't need to get all the kilohertz stuff. Like it has enough to where you can do all of this without any of the third-party plugins. And I've demonstrated this several times, but like if I just pull this up, easy. Something like this. Let me see here. Quick Reese maybe. Shaper table, multipass. Okay, I'll just do it from scratch because it'll take me no time at all. So look, you go like this, you go like this, you detune it, make a shape. Let's not even use the slice EQ. If you use the slice EQ, it makes it a lot easier. But if you go into this with a bandpass filter, kind of like so, and maybe make it a little slower. That made it faster. Then you go into mix this a little bit. Then we get into a filter. Like these three combos is really all you need along with distortion if you know what you're doing. And I will prove it to you by making this sound really cool. Actually, I'm gonna make that go, no, I am gonna make that go down. So now we need a bunch of distortion. We can just use the saturator. The key to this is that you don't just want to push it, because if you do, then it'll muffle the sound, which is kind of not what you're going for. But even if you do it like this, you know, even if we threw a comb filter on here, where's this at? LFO, do this, yoink, make it slow. Like you're gonna have to put some OTT over it, but listen. Isn't this what you want? You know what I mean? Like when it comes into this stuff, like this is what everybody wants in their sound. Like maybe we can put the comb filter at the end, and we can do this, but there's no. Yeah, like it needs some OTT, which is fine, but this will get you to like 99% of where you want to be. Do I think that Serum would be possible or soon possible? Oh, something like that technically exists. It's like Blue Cat or something like that, just not as good. Wave Studio Rack lets you use third-party plugins, but the modulation options are rubbish. Yeah, there's another one as well, but I don't know. I mean, Patcher might be a good bet. But I mean, look at that. We can do another one. Use this as the harmonic series. Do like 7. Distort that. And then to make it more whatever, this is why frequency splitting can be helpful. But let's just pretend like we don't have that. We can just do 2 taps, put a chorus on this, and now it's wide. Yeah? No? Maybe? I swear, I guess I don't. I thought I had something like that. But looking at this, as you can see, there's no additional like there's no like extra snap-ins that you have to buy. You just need to know how to navigate what you're going for. You know what I mean? If the mids are too much, you know, you can utilize the, what's it called? You can utilize this and make it wider. If this is cutting too much of the sound, you back off of the mix. I still want this to have a mix knob for all intents and purposes, but I mean, as you can see, it's still doable. And what's cool is you usually, if you do send this through something like multipass or whatever, then you're going to get something even cooler, because this is kind of one of those things to where you can kind of just keep pushing it. See? Cool. Dirty bread. Which is this? Dirty breadstick filter. And really, like, I'm not interested in the fart sounds, but there's a couple of things that pop out when doing this kind of stuff. Like, let's find it. That have that ripping, just total insane tearing sound. Let me see. It's probably this. No. Oh, sorry. You know, that tearing sound. That's super cool. It's like a Vox. Somebody was talking to me about post-processing. This would be a good place to notch because of that resonance that's in there. So if you look at this, you're going to see a right there. If you take that out, then you can actually boost the high end a bit. If you run that through a flanger and just get a really wide sound. You start, like, this isn't for bass really, but you get cool sounds. Been using Max. I don't mind it looking crappy, but it's hard to navigate compared to kilohertz. Yeah, I can't stand Melda stuff personally. I can't even look at it for more than 5 minutes because then I'm just like, it's so flippin' ugly. But yeah, I don't know. Right on. Well, I don't really have anything else that I want to cover. We'll be back Wednesday, probably throwing a beat together and trying to struggle and stuff, but I don't really know what to do, man. I've been having a good time making sounds and all that, but yeah. Just like, Get a guitar? I have a guitar. I can play it decently. I actually have a lot of. I have a rap song. I do have a rap song. I've got plenty of songs that have guitar in it. Maybe we should just make some house or something. And just make dumbass. This is way out of tune. Make a Reese ballad. Maybe I should just switch to drum and bass because I actually don't have a hard time putting phrases together for that. My heart is in halftime. I really just want to make swanky beats, but I just it's just not coming together lately. So I think I've been denying it for a long time, but I think that I'm just burnt out. It's about to get down with some IDM stuff. I've got plenty of IDM. Hold on one sec. Here it is. When did I make this? Yeah, I made this on Christmas, I guess. But Halftime is a mix between coastal hip hop and with drum and bass inspired sounds. Sorry, I'm trying to readjust the mic. Let me see. I'm trying to think about stuff that I have that's. Hold on. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, like Doppelgangster, this would be like halftime track. It's very bouncy. Yeah, so very bouncy. There's a lot of different faces of halftime music. Let me see what there's some other of my favorite halftime stuff that I've done. The most recent one that I did was a remix for the Pretty Wild. It's halftime, but the remix is from a new metal thing, so that might not be the best to. Yeah, that might not be the best example. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, my remix of Cage. This is a halftime track. Album goals? Fuck, I can't even get a track started. Check out my interview with all the people that I have on my channel. Cage, Zane, Monkey Rascal, Copycat. So that would be one of my expressions of halftime. But check out Chi, you know, Ivy Lab is a great example. Uh yeah, there's so many people that make good halftime music. Saturate Records is a great place to kind of start. Um Eprom, Shades, Alex Perez, fucking lots of people. But yeah, it's just basically hip hop based, but there's a lot of rubato. That's what makes it what it is. And I have a video on that to help teach you how to make drums and stuff like that. It's where some stuff sounds like it's fast, some stuff sounds like it's too slow, but it all kind of like ends up coming together in the end. Oh yeah, that's why I try to make something like this every time I open the DAW because I love it. Um, I fucking love it. I love this kind of music. It's just maybe I've just been trying to do this for too long. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll commit to another genre and just take a break for a while until I start getting back into the hip hoppy stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I need a new, fresh perspective on coming into making tracks come together. Obviously, I know how to put a tune together, but I just don't know why it's not working lately. Maybe R&B, but neuro. I don't know. I'm not really that into R&B, to be honest. I mean, I have an appreciation for the old school stuff. I grew up with it, but as the vibe of it, it's too gentle. You know, it's too lovey-dovey and shit. I'm too angry at the world for that. I need it to be like I need it to be mad. Boom bap. I've got a lot of boom bap. That's something that I can write on any given day. I think I wrote quite a few things. Yeah, I wrote this the other day. Actually, last year, towards the end, I wrote my favorite boom bap track. Let me find it. Yeah. This one is my favorite boom bap track that I've written. Yeah, I think you're right. And I'm keeping my eyes open to that, but it's hard. Maybe so. Oh, that modal plugin is cool. Yeah, you should check out like Neo Soul and all that because a lot of people that would probably be what you're looking for because they have a lot of the rubato rhythms of like you know, shit like that, but very soulful and jazzy chords. That's not too complicated. It's not like, you know, bebop jazz, but it's yeah, it's something that you can kind of get into or whatever. But yeah,
Recording to logbook.
JD Beck and Domi are very nice for stuff like that. Yeah, Pocket Groove. Yo, thanks, Francisco. I appreciate it. Been playing a lot of Neo Soul live for the last few years. Oh, well, I'm kind of surprised to hear you say that then, because Neo Soul is like, it sounds exactly like what you're looking for. Um, yeah, I've made a lot of different stuff. Like I've got drum and bass, I've got trap, I have future beats. What else do I have? I've got like Flying Lotus style hip hop. Um, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. I just am not putting it together. I've got mid tempo. I've got some dub. I guess dubstep technically. Some garage. I wrote a lot of music last year. I'm sure I'll write more stuff this year, but I think that I was probably emotionally charged because my grandmother died. Like, I guess what 2-3 days ago would be the first anniversary of her passing. Um, but when she passed, I was like really, well, shit, I was really sad, and so I had a lot in me to like express, but I think that I just kind of like ran it into the ground, and now maybe I'm just like, I don't really have a lot. I don't have a lot of, I don't have a lot going on, which is not a bad thing, but you know, I just haven't been feeling very emotionally inspired. Me too, same time. Still not doing so great. I'm really sorry to hear that, man. Losing people fucking sucks. Um, yeah, my grandmother was like my mom to me. She she was the one in my family that really made sure that I was okay. Yeah, no, I mean everybody's probably lost somebody. If you've been alive more than 10 years, there's a very high chance that you've lost someone that you care about. But uh I do think that was when shit started clicking, was after I was like, "Ah, okay. I got this figured out." But I just need to try something new. I still have a desire to make music, and I want to make sick beats to do flips and stuff too, but I just don't think that what I'm doing is not working. So maybe after I finish up this pack, I'll take a break from neuro stuff. Oh, dude, not the dog. No, not the dog. Anything but that. We don't deserve dogs. We don't deserve dogs. Maybe I'll get into breakbeat. I've been trying my hand at it off and on. It'll come back as long as I keep the reps and juices flowing without much pressure to come. It'll come back. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't know. Towards the middle of last year, I was like really big on this thing of like I can make anything out of anything. Uh, you know, something that I hear externally, I can turn into a beat and or whatever, and maybe something I can do to recultivate that is just open up a Discord of like random samples and just pick one for the day and make something out of it because that could be super helpful. Copyright is the first concern that I have, but yeah, I think that I like exhausted my own creative potential with where I'm at of like musical ideas and all that other shit. I need to just like start looking at stuff that I can't come up with myself, if that makes sense. I've got a couple drum and bass tracks. They're not great, but one of them was inspired by SleepNet. One of them was just a part two. This is more of a narrative. Yeah, I try to pick it up for at least 15, 20 minutes a day. Yep. Very similar, right? But I did make it different enough to where it's my own song.
Error.
So then I'm into part 2 that came from the musical stuff. And this is less of a bite, but the vocal chop is me. Decent amount again. Anonymous sings of the Desert Fathers. It keeps me grounded, inspired to a degree. I don't even know what that is. I mean, kind of, but I enjoy streaming and making music and being here with you all. It's like my favorite. It's like my favorite thing. Well, when it comes to music production. Oh, I see. With a big ass kick. Yeah, so anyway, 2 different flavors of drum and bass, but kind of based off of the same thing. Maybe try something like Simula. I'd really like to do shit like Audica, but it's hard. The big kicks. Boots cats. Yeah, Zayaku, he lives down, well, not down the street from me anymore, but he lives like 20 minutes away. I'm gonna try to get with him more and maybe do some stuff. Yeah, Audica and Raw Tech. Like, that would be the kind of drum and bass that I would want to make. But it's so fucking hard. Oh my god. Making anything remotely convincing to that is just so difficult. Very inspiring, but it's tough. It's hard. It's difficult. So I don't know. It would be cool if I could take a break as a YouTuber and I don't know, like do games and stuff or something, but I don't have a strong enough of an audience that people would come and just like come to kick it. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Me too. Skylar is, I mean, all three of those guys, Max, Marty, Skylar, those guys are just, they really influenced like my desires for what I wanted to make and include within music. I've already asked Skylar. He said no. He respectfully declined. Um, I've also reached out to him several times. I've submitted a lot of music to Yuku. But he was like, "Thank you so much, but I can't," or whatever. And that's totally okay. Like I have no, like I'm not mad about it. There's nothing to be mad about, you know. I just appreciate that he got back to me and was like, "Hey, you know, I'm not able to, or I don't want to, or whatever." You know what I mean? Now I'm not like waiting on it and being like, "Please, please come on the channel." You know, it's just kind of like, all right, it's all good. I think if I could get one big guest on the channel this year, I want the Chi thing to finally happen. I really want to make sure that it's worth his time though, and I don't see any time soon being a good time. Just because, well, fuck, he's in LA, and that's where all the really crazy tragedies are going on right now. So it would be a very bad time to ask him for anything like that. Really, I'm just glad that he's okay. I think that's the most important thing. It would be awesome to have Saruda on the channel, but I don't know him personally. I've never been able to get in contact with him. Frequent's been on the channel. I suppose I could get them, but I don't listen to their music a lot. But I've had Copycat on the channel. I've had Frequent on the channel. I've had Hudson Lee on the channel. Everyone who just about everybody who I've had, except for a couple of people. One would be Monkey Rascal, DMTR, which actually that's not true. DMTR has sat down with me on a lot of moments. What's the other guy? Oh my God, what's his name? He was like my first guest. And like he blew up. I don't know. If you go on the channel with podcasts with lovely people, you'll see all the people that I've had. I guess Tomas from Saturate Records. I've had Dash. I've had Weaver Beats on the channel. Wait. Videos, podcasts. I've had my instructor, my martial arts instructor on the channel. Yeah, I've had Dash, Zane, Weaver Beats, Cage, Sifu Joel, Hakobo, Jack Lion and Optic, Jim Kimchi, Aspect. I've had Kunis. I haven't seen him forever. My partner Corey. Saturate Records, which is Tomas. I've been on the Harmonic Horizons podcast. I've had Fracture on here, which I adore Fracture. He's just the coolest. Yeah, Monkey Rascal. So I had quite a few people. I feel like I've asked Boulain. He said that he was down. But I haven't really been able to like get a good time with him. I know that he's always on Discord. Zane does halftime. Cage does halftime. These two guys do halftime. I think I had a storm, or they had a storm or something, and the internet kept going out. DMTR does halftime. Kunis does halftime. Copycat does halftime. Frequent. pretty much pioneered that shit. Hudson Lee does Halftime, but this is more about like visual stuff and branding, so it's not quite talking about music. Monkey Rascal, I would consider Halftime. Yeah, but this is the playlist. If you just go on my channel and you go to my podcasts, then that's where you can find everything that I have with that's where you can find everything that I have with everybody. Great people. Yeah, I would also encourage you all to go check out these playlists. Maybe not my Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, but the past live stream stuff is where you can find my, like, everything is becoming unlisted whenever I hop off. But let me see. I think the Superior Drummer videos are public. Hardware stuff, iPad. If you see Masterclass, that's an exclusive video, so I'm not trying to lead you all to that. Circus of Life Festival, production / beat making. Tricks and beats, which I stopped doing that because nobody cared. Faceplant, Drum Masterclass, games on stream. There's Blasphemous. Somebody was asking me about that. Yeah, lots of stuff though. I have an ungodly amount of resources on music, which I'm not the only one, but just looking back at everything that I've put up, like, Jesus, dude, that's a lot. Yeah. So, tomorrow this will be out at 7 a.m. my time, which I'm in Pacific Standard. So, this is an hour and 20-minute class. So everything that you want to know about Neurobass, I'll probably most likely be touching on it. I don't talk about modern stuff that I'm doing, but I talk about a lot of the stuff that we discussed today. It's all in just a video format. If you all could go watch that, or just sit through as much of it as you can, assuming it's interesting at all, then go like the video. That'd be great. I'm not out to waste anyone's time. Still planning on booking a lesson with you, design some of this stuff. Yeah, dude, whenever. I'm not going anywhere. I mean, chances are, whatever it is that you want to know about, I've probably done or explained on stream anyways, but sometimes I do think that like one-on-one direct questions can be helpful. Yeah, and if anybody likes these sounds or whatever, most of them are available at alchemy.com. So other than that, guys, I think that I'm going to keep banging my head against the wall to make music this year until something finally sticks. And if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. Saturdays I'll be gaming because there's only so much of this that I can take before I start hating myself. And other than that, I don't really have anything else that I want to cover. ISO, good to see you. Yeah, I think I'll probably go. You guys can hit me up on Discord if you have any questions and all that other stuff. Yeah, make sure you wear a helmet and guard your brain, is what Lil Wayne would say. But much love, guys. I will see you all on Wednesday, and we'll do some more beat making stuff and see how far I can get. Bye, everybody. Much love. Those final words were relatable. I try to be relatable. Bye, everybody. Have a great rest of your evening. Much love. Please like the video.